Hey, hi everyone. Good morning and welcome to our live show Cube Gift Soul Invictus Dominion. Welcome Quizzy 23 Naveen 12.12 Moxo. Good to see you back again one more time. Thank you so much. Welcome all guys. Naveen, Gilg, welcome all. Yeah, and the long continues, guys. We continue to trade long. We had a very good pre-market and the market open. You can see, right? Made couple of $1,000. More importantly, read the market right. And unfortunately for my short trader friends, it was still a long. Marianne, Pat, Satabda, Buzz, UFO, welcome. Good to see you all. Saeed, welcome. AL 3001, welcome. Good morning. So, guys, markets are strong as of now. I'm not looking to short them. Long we have already taken. We have already traded long, made good profits. So, little bit paused here and watching Dow, which is still weak. Dow was the only product which was diverging from other markets. Nikita, good morning. Right now, gold is flat, slightly down. Russell is up 0.2%, ES up 0.34%, approaching its all-time high on the cash market. Almost there. We will hear some headlines. Cash market hits all-time high on SPY, SPX, something like that. ES up 0.34, Nasdaq up 0.57. Broadcom up 3.9%, Microsoft up 3%, Meta up 1.6%. Amy, good morning, welcome. Yeah, so guys, all-time highs coming on the SPY. So more upside, guys. Hope you are not shorting it at least. We are waiting for the next setup.
Goldman President Waldron, speaking at the Semaphore Summit in DC, says he sees no evidence of material weakness in the US economy. House Speaker Johnson, speaking to reporters, says, "I expect skinny reconciliation package next week." Johnson says that we will do our part to fund essential parts of the government.
Market strong, very strong right now. Short, not at all on my mind. Healthcare is weak and rightfully reflecting that weakness in the Dow. So Dow is diverging as we speak, is making new session lows. Dow is down 0.43% today, while all other markets are in green. Russell is flat. Russell is also a little bit soft, but it's adrenaline pump in ES, Nasdaq. ES especially going for its all-time highs. Cash market, not ES. SPY, SPX, cash market will go for its all-time high. Goldman Sachs making new session lows. Weakness in healthcare, financial, but overall financials are good. The banks had earnings. I think this morning JP Morgan Chase, Bank of America reported numbers were great. Bank of America is in green. JP Morgan is down, actually down 1.8%. So yeah, there are some pockets of weakness, like I mentioned, healthcare, financials, more impacting Dow Jones, less impacting Nasdaq. Little bit of impact on ES. ES also has financials and healthcare in them, but it's tech. It's the big tech. Broadcom up 3.5%, Microsoft up 3.4%, Meta up 1.75%, Nvidia is up 1.5%, Tesla is up 4.3%, Apple, which was the weaker link so far in this week, is up 1.6%. So big tech, that is all you want to be strong in the markets. Rest all, even if they are selling off, you cannot bring the index down with them.
According to Wall Street Journal, Iran abandons dark fleet intermediaries to sell its oil. The Wall Street Journal says Iran abandoned intermediaries used for decades to sell oil after a number of IRGC officials who run shadow fleet operations were killed, according to Iranian state media. So this is the Wall Street Journal picking up on IRNA and Tehran Times reported that the National Iranian Oil Company will resume sole authority of marketing Iranian crude. The previous system relied on a network of so-called trustees, including oil traders in Russia and Dubai, with direct links to senior IRGC officials. The article's on the feed for you to read through as well. IMF's managing director Gorgieva says global financial stability seems to be holding for now.
So Dow Jones continues to make new lows. As we speak, Dow hits new session lows.
According to US CENTCOM, during the first 48 hours of US blockade on ships entering and exiting the Iranian ports, no vessels have made it past US forces. Additionally, 9 vessels have complied with direction from US forces to turn around and return toward an Iranian port or coastal area. So get into US CENTCOM, just posting there on X. Fed Scoresby, speaking to the FT, says Fed faces a little bit of danger on 2 fronts. Scoresby also says public may misinterpret price rises as persistent.
You know what I'm saying? For the chicks, you know, and for those shorties, you know, slapping on their back, so good.
Goolsby says if we're going to have high oil prices, we may start seeing consumer inflation expectations rising notably. Mind that Goolsby did talk about inflation expectations yesterday as well.
You know what time it is.
IDF chiefs say they approved plans Tuesday on Lebanon and Iran.
You know what time it is.
So according to N12 News, IDF Chief of Staff Zamir says we have approved plans for continuation in Lebanon and Iran. We are on high alert and the planes are ready and armed. Again, that was the Israeli Chief of Staff who said yesterday we approved plans to continue war in Lebanon.
Yes, you're right. Tech really strong, very strong. Sector weakness, healthcare, financials, consumer staple, energy, real estate, home builders, everything in red. Industrial red. Yet ES will make an all-time high. So you can tell, right, what is important in the market. It's always like that. big money, big market cap, power, whether it's a stock market, real life.
Of course, everybody knows the flamingo. The flamingo is a common visitor on Curacao, and you can usually spot them at the salt flats of Yontil, Yonkok, or the Salinia of Saint Mihiel.
So are we buying this pullback? Should not be a problem.
Also, according to Jerusalem Post, citing Israeli source, that there are no plans for ceasefire with Lebanon. the reminder you had earlier on in the day, about an hour ago, senior Israeli official said Israeli Security Cabinet to convene to discuss a possible Lebanon ceasefire at 8 p.m. local time, which will be 12 p.m. Eastern. A reminder before that, at about 9:01, you had, according to N12 News, that cited Al-Mayadeen that a ceasefire was to be established in Lebanon to last 1 week and extend until the end of the ceasefire between the US and Iran.
Acting like the beast is gonna be there for him, you know what I'm saying? Like a beat is not sold until the check clears. Period.
According to sources here, US and Iran said to weigh extending their ceasefire for 2 weeks. So again, US and Iran said to weigh extending their ceasefire for 2 weeks. Did see a little bit of movement. It's quite tiny actually. It's been tiny all day. A bit of movement towards the upside on the S&P 500. Not so much movement from the dollar index. Again, US and Iran said to be extending their ceasefire by 2 weeks. No real movement from WTI, but did see a tiny bit of movement down on WTI off the back of the headline.
Yes, levels are awesome, guys. No matter what chart you pick, gold, ES, Nasdaq, Dow Jones, Russell, everything is to the perfection.
Further detail into this said, US and Iran are considering extending their ceasefire that ends on Tuesday by another 2 weeks to allow more time to negotiate a peace agreement, according to a person familiar with the matter. Mediators between the warring nations are trying to set up technical talks to resolve the most contentious issues, and those include reopening Strait of Hormuz and Iran's nuclear enrichment. IDF Chief Zamir says that we must not let Iran achieve gains on nuclear front or Hormuz. China's Foreign Minister Wang Yi holds a call with Iran's Foreign Minister, says China backs Iran in safeguarding its national dignity. Wang Yi says Iran's rights over the Strait of Hormuz should be respected. Russian defense minister on Europe's plan to increase drone supplies to Ukraine says such actions are dragging these nations into war with Russia at an even faster pace.
Little do we know, Curacao is actually a birding paradise. Is strategically
US
located
stocks
close
extend
to the
gains, Nasdaq up
Caribbean coast
1%.
of South America, visitors can enjoy birding throughout the year.
Very strong market, guys. Do not short it. I think I have been telling that for many days now. It will change. Things will turn around. But right now, they are locked toward the upside.
Wang Yi says international straits navigation rights should also be secured. IMF's managing director Georgieva says the length of war determines impact on the world economy.
No, you're longing because you want to go long. I don't offer any financial advice. I just share my thoughts that should be taken only for the entertainment purpose only. Our digit is like 20 minutes, I know it. That's how it is supposed to be, guys. You know, this PNL are supposed to be number, right? That's why I always tell, first few years, don't be worried about money. Get your act right, get your strategy right. Learn, manage trade, learn to manage risk.
AI model risks.
PNLs, just number, they will follow.
Gather information about new Mythos model.
If you can do it with $100, you can do it with $1,000. If you can do it with $1,000, you can do it with 10,000.
Georgieva speaking on Bloomberg TV on the feed for you to watch.
You can do it with 10,000. One day you will be able to do it with 1 million also.
Georgieva says the recovery is some way off, even if the war ends tomorrow.
Yeah, I have been long, Upender, since the pre-market, right?
Nigeria's
That's what
finance minister
our analysis
Eden
was.
says oil production has risen to 1.8 million barrels per day. Georgieva says financial markets are focused on a solid US economy.
So this was our trade today in the members only group. This is the level we bought from the pre-market. SPY going for all-time high. It is from our level. Again, A plus setup. This is the setup for everyone, like members, experts, masters from ES hitting the mid upper edge. A plus setup and SPY going for all-time highs. And we are approaching, you should see soon, news media outlets announce an all-time high on cash market SPY, SPX. They are about to hit all-time high. And anyone who was member, experts, masters, new paradigm, they should have taken this setup. We had same setup yesterday on the Nasdaq.
Are already significant.
Late afternoon yesterday, we took this setup on the Nasdaq. We hit our weekly expected move upper edge and we bounced. So this is the long we took for 26k. 26k achieved on the Nasdaq yesterday in the afternoon with that same setup. Again, setup for all the levels we have, members, experts, masters, new paradigm, they all have this level. So this is the late afternoon trade we took for 26k, and the same setup we took today on the ES. Pre-market bounce from that area, and as I mentioned, right, SPY has all-time high coming, so long from this area all the way till all-time hits. And I'm sure many people were shorting along the way, not realizing where the market is headed, why it is headed. Yeah, no shorts. I have been recommending that. I have been disliked for recommending not to short. But,
Japanese Finance Minister Katayama visits US Treasury.
even tactical shorts would not have worked. I mean, they got their heads taken out, shorts. This is mind-blowing, right? The amount of movement we have got in the market, absolutely crazy. And over the years, that is what we have seen in the market. It makes the move in just 10-15 days. Throughout the year, it does nothing. But that 10-15 days, you cannot be out of the market. You have to be there.
Banks against moving fast like 2022.
When it moves for those 2-3 weeks, that is where the most amount of gain is made, and rest all year it is analyst. They are going to be back with their estimates, where the economy is headed, where the market is headed, what is the maximum number SPY will reach, ES will reach by year end. That will be all bullshit. But there is a key moment, key few weeks in the market which you cannot miss. And as Robert rightly mentioned, we are amidst those few weeks where the gains are made, and then all the news headlines will again take it over. Then we are going to again assess the inflation, again we are going to assess the rate hikes or rate cuts, again we are going to assess this, that, jobs data, unemployment number, CPI, PPI, non-farm payrolls. Right now, nothing comes in between. So yeah, we know at some point it is going to pause. Why to call the top? Let it go. When it pauses, we'll all know it.
Banks must be careful not to stifle growth.
Remember that lady who is blind with one eye? She's still long. She is still long for the all-time highs. And no matter where she bought, without looking at the chart, because she is blind, but she's still winning. Exactly, Naveen. Yeah. That's why, that we spotted that lot early. What is going on with this market right now, especially this reversal. You need to understand what is going on, where we have been just coming and shorting every day because market is going down, every pop. Yeah, there's time for everything, and that time is over. That time was long over to short the market. I don't think market has had any red day at all for past. You can count it. This is barely red. This is like a flat day. It's not even a red day. It's hardly, technically, I don't know. Maybe cash market was already green. Maybe in the futures market it was red. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 days. Seriously, like for 12 days, you're not realizing that the shorts are not going to work. I don't understand these guys. Shorts, I don't understand their psychology. Maybe whatever small gains they have made here, it's completely wiped out. whatever small profit after taking 1,000 cuts, they may have got one or two good shots, completely wiped out, and that's how they get eliminated from the markets. It is the reason why it is called quintessential rip your face off rally. That is what we are seeing. Tesla, yeah, mostly to do with the SpaceX also, right? Sympathy play. Maybe it has earnings, right? It has earnings next week. Yeah, 22nd April they have their earnings.
Iran's Tasnim news, citing sources that ceasefire in Lebanon is a positive indicator for Iran's decision regarding the next round of negotiations.
Are you liking the new music today? Or is it too much? Yes, that was very calm, relaxed, and soothing music. This one is little bit upbeat, but hey, at least it is in line with the market. We are not used to this kind of market, also, right? Look at this run, guys. Look at this market. This deserves upbeat
ECB's
music.
Nagel currently speaking in the
This
interview.
is unstoppable move.
Nagel says there is not enough clarity about what happens in April. We need full optionality.
15% guys, 15% on
Nagel
the
says
Nasdaq.
ECB has all optionality on rates.
This new upbeat tune is nearly making me short and Q. So Dow guys, Dow is a problem. Dow is suffering today. Suffering from financials, healthcare weakness, sector weakness.
Nagel says April move hinges on Strait of Hormuz situation. Nagel says question about Strait of Hormuz is essential, and 2 weeks can bring in a lot of new information.
So Nasdaq is the leader on this move. How high are we projected to go today? This is what market priced in for today. We are almost home. We priced in for this much. We're almost getting there. But more than this, the side motivation is SPY, as I showed you, right? About to hit all-time highs. Almost, 1 or 2 points
Nagel
shy
says the
now
situation developed a
for
little
all-time
bit better
highs.
over the course of last week.
So we're almost home. Yeah, we're almost home in terms of what we are projected to do today. That's why I have slowed down a little bit on my longs. We were very aggressive in the morning with our longs.
Nagel says inflation expectations are well anchored, but this could still change. Nagel says the ECB has learned lessons from 2022. Nagel says there's no pre-commitment on ECB rates. Nagel says we're between baseline and adverse scenario. ECB's Nagel says that I won't exclude anything for April, it's still too early. ECB's Nagel says as long as the situation around Hormuz is not resolved, the danger of higher inflation is rising. ECB's Nagel says that I appreciate the optimism of equity markets. Nagel says we should be very vigilant and very cautious. Nagel says that I can't say if inflation is transitory or not. Nagel says that the ECB will deliver on its price stability mandate. According to reports here, Israel expects the ceasefire with Iran will be extended. According to Al Haddad here, the Israeli army received an order to kill any Hezbollah fighter in southern Lebanon. According to sources, Venezuela's 310,000 barrel per day Cardon refinery started units after a power blackout.
Yeah, guys, this is our morning call out in the members group, new paradigm group. That was the setup. I told you, right? I gave in the pre-market itself. We took that long. We are long from our level, weekly level, all the way into the all-time highs. That was in the pre-market before the market open. We took that long, and now achieving the full potential of this trade. I even have one more trade here to mark the long on the live stream. And also coincides with our daily high. I just showed you. I think someone asked me, what is your daily high? It is our daily high on the Nasdaq, also approaching the full potential. Again, someone thinks it's a crazy move. It's not a crazy move. It is already planned. This is what market was supposed to do on the upside today. It's not crazy. It is well measured and known phenomenon. Known phenomenon. Money Manta. I don't believe it. Don't believe it. Keep watching. Hey Singh, welcome. I gave you a shout out. I don't know if you listened to me in the pre-market show. I gave you a shout out. I gave shout out to many more members. I can do it again as we mark the all-time highs. And our portfolio, guys. Our portfolio marks 8% return so far, handsomely beating indexes. In fact, we are up like 13% or so. I don't even have updated entries. I have added more. I have dollar cost averages some more. I'm yet to add. So technically we could be up like 15% already. I was starting to update. I updated some of them. I still need to update few entries. We are like beating indexes. You can see, right? 2%, 2% gain with 13% gain, all in the span of 5 months. Overall, my family portfolio also doing well. 74% return. 74% return. Yeah, guys, doing really well with our groups. Welcome to join us. What price? Nasdaq 26,225. 26,225 is our measured move, but there is a level before that at 22. You are listening? Okay. So we are almost reaching the expected range as I mentioned, but I'll try to review one runner at least to see if it goes beyond. I always go for next one. Next.
CENTCOM says US naval vessels are on patrol in the Gulf of Oman as CENTCOM continues to execute US blockade on ships entering and departing Iranian ports.
Well done. Well done. Time for the headlines. Mr. News Guy, why don't we announce some new all-time highs? Cash market, S&P, SPX, PI, something like that. I trade mostly 150k account. Yeah, I do once in a while trade 50ks with few micros. With E-minis, you cannot trade 50k. Especially Nasdaq now, such a big product, can move really big. Yeah, daily loss limit in 50k is 1000, right? So yeah, if I'm trading 50k, it is end of the it's live trailing, so that you get full access to your 2500 drawdown room.
So
if it is end of the day, then 150k. At least 2000 drawdown room you need.
Bailey is due to speak at a panel institute of the International Finance Global Outlook Forum called The Future of Stablecoins. No text is expected. but there is supposed to be Q&A. Tesla shares set for the biggest one-day jump in over 9 months, last up 7.9%.
These are the time for the headlines. Biggest jump in the 9 month, 3 years, this and that. They'll always find a stats which will get beat. Shorts, they have no idea. They keep shorting and they keep losing. No idea, right? Because everything is a short. There is a fair value gap. There is a fair value gap for last 13 days. Yeah. It will, if it is going to come down, it won't be for the fair value gap. It is going to hit some negative news cycle. There will be profit taking. There will be like good measurements on the downside also. The good bets, good reasoning. And once it goes into all-time high, there's nothing. There's no fair value gap to stare at on the upside because it's all new price action. Top of the hour. Okay, let's close in our stop loss then.
Maersk says Port of Selah is operating normally again. There have been no further major incidents that have impacted operations.
But Dow Jones making new session lows. Dow obviously is weaker. But I think I'm still buying this.
According to Press TV from Iran to decide whether to hold a new round of discussions with the US after internal review of Pakistani delegation meeting.
VIX is inching up from open. Yeah, we also noticed yesterday that in spite of tremendous rally, VIX was still not crashing as badly as it should have. It is still close to 2018 level right now. Yeah, I mean, some headlines will help VIX get down more aggressively. Still buying this. Dow is dumping, guys. Dow is dumping as of now. It's top of the hour.
Edison replaces most lost Qatar gas with US LNG cargoes. So Edison secures 7 spot cargoes to offset Qatar shortfall.
Oh,
Kremlin says
man.
Russia is not
Dow
involved
Jones
in
is getting
conflict
slaughtered.
raging over Iran, and this is not our war.
Hey, mindful trader, welcome. Thanks for joining. Hit the like button, guys. Is there a single day where I don't do my part well, where I'm not doing the full analysis, complete due diligence, carefully crafted, well managed, and brilliantly executed trade? Hit that like button, guys. So this has been our pre-market setup, guys. We went for our ES upper edge retest and bounce, and now going for the all-time high. That is our all-time high. That is where we place the key today. We are going for the all-time highs, and this is the trade to mark this all-time high. Nasdaq has its own level, daily high almost reached, and now we have a runner. If it goes beyond that, I have no issues trailing. Did you do your part? Did you hit the like button? Only one thing I ask. Hit that like button.
Trump will go to Pakistan if an agreement is reached with Iran.
Dislikes and 47 likes. Such a shame, right? Could not get to 100 likes. Come on, guys. Let's push it to 100 likes. 97 people watching. So we have hit our target. So to be honest, on this last two contract, I mean, it's asking too much to go beyond that, but we'll see. I'm waiting for at least one headline. The news guy needs to announce at least once an all-time high term. It's music to my ears once he announces. No love from you. Just 56 likes. All I got is like 8 more likes or 7 more likes for that heartfelt appeal. No, we are talking about SPY. Not on the futures market. Cash market is getting to its all-time highs. Yeah, futures obviously has some more distance to cover. And not on Nasdaq, we are talking on SPY. At least one of the market needs to get to the all-time highs. Yeah, so technically I think 225.50 is our Wednesday high. Today high is, I think I misspoke before, 222. It was 225.50. We have a new paradigm level which was before that at 222. But actual high for today, planned high is 225.50. That is what I'm going for on this second last contract. 694.45 all time high. No, on trading view this is the all time high for SPY. In place on this wick, right? High is 697.84. 697.84 is the all time high if you include the wick. Yeah, this is the all time high. 6 on this candle, 697.84. It is right over here, 697.84, almost there. 697.38, just like few cents remain. How much percent on it went by? Like this time around on this pullback, I don't think it even went into correction territory or something. So this time around it dipped 9.8%. Yeah, about to go in the correction territory. Below 10% is where they call correction. Up to 10% is always normal. Like, happens once in a while. 5-10% sell off happens in the market.
IDF says they expect an increase in firing from Lebanon within hours.
So our target is hit, achieved everything on the upside.
Music itself, you know, the feeling of it, the sound.
Senior Hezbollah source to Al Jazeera says Iran sought with parties sponsoring the Islamabad negotiations to include Lebanon in the ceasefire. So it's a reminder that's one of the points that Iran made during the original ceasefire proposal.
Come on, man, give me the headline. Give me all-time highs. Gimme.
Katayama saying that he had discussions on currencies with US Treasury Secretary Bessent. Katayama says that I agreed with Bessent to stay in close contact. So now it's been reported from the New York Times now that Israel is considering ceasefire with Lebanon. This has already been reported by others before, but just a wider notation of that headline from earlier. Katayama says that we will take bold action on Forex as needed. Did see a little bit of strength from the Japanese yen off of the back of Katayama's comments. Again, Katayama saying that they will take bold action on FX as needed and will stay in close contact with Bessent. The New York Times cites 3 Israeli officials on possible ceasefire. Seeing some further movements towards the downside now from the dollar yen off the back of Katayama's comments. S&P 500 crosses above 7,000 points. Katayama says that he will speak with Bessent when he's in Japan. And Katayama says Bessent is going to stop in Japan en route to China in May.
Stop filled.
But guys, I'm going to go get my food. Hope you get some announcements for all-time highs soon. Meanwhile, I'll be back in 2 minutes.
The yen raises losses against the dollar. Japan's Katayama comments on forex.
I'm back with my food, but I'll be on mute while I finish my lunch. Thank you.
According to sources, ECB policymakers are wary of April rate hike as there is no evidence yet of second round inflation effects. Katyama says that I didn't discuss monetary policy with Besant.
I think technically we have hit the all-time highs. Because we just saw, right? That was our all-time high on SPY, 697.84. Exactly hit that number. We are not sure like whether it's a full-fledged rejection as of now or another pullback and we go and sit there at that number one more time. So just be careful. As of now, it's a pullback, but be careful. Our upside target is now achieved. Don't be very greedy.
According to data, LNG cargo from Russia's Portovaya plant is on its way to India. So again, Russian energy under US sanctions heads for the first time to India. Just keeping an eye on the S&P 500, just seeing a little bit of downside movement here. No headlines to back up the move, of course. We'll relay that to you if we do find anything. A little bit of movement towards the upside on the Dixie, quite small there, nothing else. According to Channel 12, quoting an Israeli official, Witkoff proposed a ceasefire in Lebanon for a week, but Israel insisted on separating the Lebanese and Iranian fronts. According to the Kremlin, US rejected Russia's initiative to transfer Iranian-enriched uranium to Russia. OMB Director Vaught, when pressed on Iran war supplement request, Vaught said he doesn't have a ballpark dollar amount. OMB still working on Iran war request to Congress. Also seeing reports here that Russia and the US are in contact, maintaining several channels of communication what the Kremlin said.
So 1.5 contracts in.
Just a heads up calendar wise, there's supposed to be a vote in the Senate on Iran war powers at 2 p.m. Eastern, and an expected vote later on disapproving arms sales to Israel.
Pawan, send it hi. Okay, boss. Aye, Captain.
So White House Press Secretary Levitt is due to speak at 1 p.m. Eastern Time. It did change to 2 p.m. on the AP Live video. It's now back to 1 p.m. Eastern. We'll pop out the video for you shortly.
Not worried about that. We were too scared to long here. We already made the profit. This is the bonus now. We already got the bounce. If we hold this low, then why not? I'll add more. VWAP, Fibonacci retracements.
We have posted a video on the feed.
Let me buy more.
Just a heads up of what's going on. So Irani-Pakistan talks have now begun.
But there is VWAP. Do I look like a VWAP trader, guys?
Iran announced the suspension of export of all petrochemical products until further notice. Also, 5 minutes ago, we're expected to hear from White House Press Secretary Levitt.
What are the red at the bottom left of the screen? That is the loss I have taken so far in this trade. I have exited few contracts, entered few, right? So overall, this trade is in $28 loss. Or if I close now, this 200 plus 28, it will be $220 loss. Oh my god! We did not hit the VWAP and we are bouncing. What's the secret, bro? Secret our level, guys. We have masters and new paradigm in front of VWAP. Yeah, I get it. World is watching VWAP. World is watching Fibonacci retracement. But what world is not watching is we have both our masters and new paradigm ahead of that VWAP. So I don't mind buying ahead of that VWAP using our masters and new paradigm level. We are two of our best level ahead of those VWAP. That's why I wanted to take this risk. Take this risk with two contracts with this kind of a strong momentum. Double top failure at all-time highs.
Said that they have no ballpark figure for the Iran supplement.
It is kind of a double top failure.
On the request Congress. Reporter
Please
says
check
admin
LVN.
has told me
No,
they
no.
want
What
to
is
set
LVN?
it up after hostilities have
First of
ended.
all, I don't know what is LVN.
According to a political reporter.
I have my own levels.
Also, surely expected to hear from White House Press Secretary Levin.
Low volume node, no, nothing like that. I have my new paradigm level as well as masters level ahead of VWAP. That's the reason why we went long, and I wanted to buy at least good decent size ahead of those VWAP. Top of the hour. Be careful. We could again start selling.
Republican senators urge U.S. Commerce Secretary Lutnick to shore up U.S. chip supply in a letter.
Masters new paradigm member, there should not be any doubt why we went long ahead of the VWAP. Structure still positive. VWAP doesn't have any definition in our book. It's there for world to see. For us, we have masters, we have new paradigm. Both hold, both are bouncing. We are long. New paradigm 20 micros or 2 contracts. Masters, which is this latest bounce, 1 E-mini or 10 micros. There is always a little bit of jitters, front running. Algos are smart, right? They can position selling. And it coincided with top of the hour. That was another thing. I don't know. I was eating my when this sell off started. Did anyone point out that we had top of the hour approaching? I think someone had highlighted that. No, guys, VWAP does not mean anything. It does not mean anything for me. Level means everything. We had masters, we had new paradigm, both held. New paradigm, masters, bounce, we are going back up. So understand, guys, it's not like VWAP is born today here, but the levels were given yesterday night, right? So I looked into the order books. I know where institution is interested in buying. That's why I've given you the masters. Nobody leaves masters. It's been more than a year now. I saw nobody leave masters. Whoever they became whenever they joined masters, they never left masters. They came back. If they had some life event, they were not, they were not trading for some time. They had to, leave, become downgrade. They always came back to masters. It works every time. That one time you want it to work, you don't want it to disappoint, you want it to hold, it does not disappoint. It never disappoints. Masters. So click join button, guys, on the channel page or exclamation join in the chat. You'll get the link to become member, get access to my levels. You can see, right? All the preparations are already done. You joined last night. You see, so far so good. Yeah, it has to be immediate value. It has to be everyday value. It has to be this kind of a reaction every day, no matter what chart you pick. Here's gold, guys. Look at this bounce in the gold from masters in the pre-market. Look at this, strong bounce. And in spite of this sell-off, the thing is, it comes selling off this crazy from our level right into the masters, and this is the reaction you want, right, from that level. Next time again, you have double bottom, guys. Double bottom at masters, it's already documented. Like, you don't ignore double bottom at our masters. Look at this crazy bounce from this double bottom. You have documented that. You have documented that you have a double bottom masters V pattern, double bottom at masters level. You never ignore this double bottom at masters level. Guys, no, guys, sorry, no importance for VWAP, no importance for Fibonacci retracements. No importance for Bollinger, no importance for any, MACDs and whatnot. Yeah, they work. Anecdotally, they work when everything is fine. Does it work when someone mentioned, right? I'm scared to go long. Does it work during that scary time? Like when the market drops here, like it did from 26,250 at all-time high, double top failure. You are coming crashing from 250 all the way into 150, 100 point, and another, I don't know, like 150 point drop. Like, does it hold? does it work on that instance, right? When it is coming crashing like 200 points, 300 points. Yes, it works. I'm not sure about the MACDs, Fibonacci's, VWAP. I'm not sure if they will work. If the momentum is really against it, will it work? I don't think so. So when it fails, what happens? That is where the hedging activity kicks in. That is where institution also loses. When you lose those levels, that is where it becomes. When if we had lost those levels, I had no doubt I would have taken the loss, and maybe I would have turned around and started shorting the market. But beyond that is where they have to hedge. That is institutional levels. And it must be
USA Today
calculated every
reports that
evening.
the Pentagon
That's the
plans
beauty,
a
right? It's
possible
not
Cuba
set in
operation for
stone,
Trump.
or once you mark it, it is forever level. No, I am going to recalculate it tonight. Today's order flow is going to impact that level. It is going to be adjusted for tomorrow's market, and that's the reason why we have this ongoing. Every evening I do this work where I go in the market, I calculate my levels.
NVIDIA and Cadence expand cooperation on physical AI.
Monday evening, I go in the order book, I go in the options market, take the next 0DT expiration for Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Monday in the book, go again in the market, recheck Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Tuesday in the book, go again and recheck Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Wednesday in the book, check Thursday, Friday. Oh my god, market exploded, volatility expanded. Don't worry, our levels are going to incorporate that expansion in the volatility. Oh my god, market reached all-time high, it is not moving at all. Volatility contracted, wicks drop. Don't worry, my next day's level is going to contract and include that contraction in the range. And it's such an intelligent strategy, guys. It adapts as per the moving market. It adapts as per the volatility. It incorporates volatility, and plus, as I said, right, this trade you saw was from the past. I also look into the order book. Not only I look in the future, few days, few weeks. I also look few days back, few months back in the order book to see where institutions stepped in and bought that level. Simple. That's why they work. If I don't do that work, I would not be confident. I would not be confident in the market. I have already done the hard work, guys. I've done the hard work evening before. I don't need to be afraid of any sell-off or anything, which is, happening suddenly. There's no sudden. Everything is planned. Computers, algos, they are programmed. I am not saying it will never lose. In case if it had lost, that is where hedging would have kicked in. That is where huge sell-off would have begun. But it held. And if it would have lost, I would have waited for that break, retest, rejection, and then I would have started shorting this market. Structure is intact. Market is still in the positive. We bounce from here, bounce from here, bounce from here. Where's the bounce from here? Yeah, here it is coming for the bounce. Market structure. It is again going to come back here and then bounce. So on this one, that's why I'm trailing now. It could come down again to retest the second level one more time. That is 138 area.
Stop filled.
So will you buy when it dips into 138? Of course, I'm going to give it a shot. Why not? All of a sudden, is there? I will have a doubt. There's no doubt. And I like that, right? Someone mentioned, I'm scared to go long. Yes, I was also scared. I was scared for very long, trusting those indicators. That's why I did my own work.
Some more information saying that the Abraham Lincoln Marines are assisting with the blockade.
Best trading channel to whom no one subscribes. For this effort, all this knowledge, what do I get? 0 new subscribers today. We were at 516, 10,516, still at 10,516. This is the value I get. Come on, let's hit the like button. I do very difficult trade. I'm not interested in a small tactical, oh my god, somehow I got win kind of a trade. I take very strategic trades. Look at my longs, guys. Where did I exit my long? This is my last long here in the market. Like, do you think like it's accidental that my long is over here and here other longs are here for this, and second long is here? Those were two of my levels, first and the second level. Did I mess in between? No. Did I mark absolute top of the session? I do that every day. And where did we reject? This is our daily high, guys. This is our expert level. I just showed you. This is what market priced in to do. We hit the daily high. We hit the double top in the SPY. This is our all-time high. I placed the key here. Market in the morning is going for that level. I gave it in advance. That is what market is after. The morning itself. That was our trade. You buy this bounce. You hold the long all the way into this key. This is that trade. You bounce from our level. You take that long all the way into the key. We hit the key. We hit the daily high, and once it pulls back, it goes into my masters and new paradigm level. I buy that even if it is ahead of VWAP, even if it is ahead of, I don't know, God. I buy that. I buy my level, it bounces. Again, I promise you, you bring the market here, I'll buy it. I'll buy it live, I'll buy it with 10 micros or 1 E-mini. Brian, nice suggestion how to get the new subscriber, or at least those young subscribers. We did the poll yesterday, right? It's more mature group of traders who watch me, who are in their 30s, 40s, and most of them in their 50s. Those are the kind of people who watch me. 20s to 30, we have very small demographic, very small population who is in 20 to 30s. It makes sense. That is the audience which will get attracted to that genre you mentioned. Us, the elders, are not hyped with the Lambos. Yes, you want some real, right? And it has to be unique, different, right? If you just I make a channel out of VWAP, buying VWAP, London high, London low. I mean, it's been decades people are doing that, and it doesn't work. Especially it doesn't work when you need it the most. That today, my God, my Lord, I'm in the biggest trade. It's a big risk. I will lose my account if we break the London low. Fuck you. Here's your break of the London low. That is the thing. That is the thing. You in that one instance you want that trade to work. It works. That is the confidence I want. I told you, right? Mark the top, mark the pullback, mark everything, and if you give me 140, I'll buy it again. Give me 138.75, I'll buy it. No, not recent low, not even recent low. Here we are buying 140. That's our number. That's our level here. We dip here, second time into that level, we buy it. We dip into this area, we buy this. One cues. So some might argue, right, like why there is no perfect test here. That's why we have that another layer, right? Yes, we missed it here by few ticks, but on the cues you will see we had a level already there. On the cue we had a perfect tag. Look at that, to the penny tag of our new paradigm level, perfect tag. And now if it dips here, it is going to dip here, retest here, and then we buy that again. These levels are not out of thin air or like based on today's price action. They were calculated yesterday evening itself. I gave those levels yesterday night, a day in advance. VWAP is born today. VWAP came into existence here today. Because why? VWAP was not here. VWAP was somewhere here yesterday. As the market keep grinding higher, VWAP got dragged here today. but my levels were shared yesterday night itself when we were right over here. That's the beauty. How about a dance video? Maybe name it Master Club Bounce. I mean, I tried to bring little bit of upbeat music. People got little bit scared. We want like soothing, relaxing, and less adrenaline pump kind of a music. I don't think our audience will appreciate Master Club Bounce. I dance every time I make dollars of the Masters level. Nice. Just like the market dances from our Masters level, you dance buying those levels. Well done. Okay, the link is mentioned in the description of the video. Here's one more time, exclamation join in the chat. Get access to all my levels, my strategy. When you click on the link which will be shared, there's the link, join this channel to get access to all my perks. I always recommend to become masters. Don't go for the new paradigm, because new paradigm is little bit premium. I want you to be successful with the masters. You will be successful. Masters are enough. Members, experts, masters, all levels are explained here in this video. You watch this video. When you click on this link, there is a video here. You watch that video. It will talk and explain all my levels. I recommend become masters. Once you become masters, go to the home page or go to the playlist. Watch all the educational videos which explains you how I calculate those levels, how I mark those levels on my chart, how I trade those levels. Watch all those videos. I think around 10 videos. You can also access them under the playlist. Under the post tab, every evening I share my levels. I share my levels every evening. I share my charts. I share my trading plan with the new paradigm member. Every day before the market open, 8:30, I do 2 hours live teaching. Every day, like today in new paradigm group 8:30, that is where I gave them this plan. There is no, I'm not shorting. At least I'm not shorting. Market is going for all-time highs.
Has now started. Again, we've got a live video
Release
on
the
the
key
feed for those
for all-time
interested.
highs. I gave the plan as I showed you, right?
And
I
Levitt
gave
here
the
announcing
plan
that Trump is going to hold a roundtable in Las Vegas tomorrow.
that we buy top of our range, which is our weekly level here. We'll buy this weekly level. That will be the bounce, and we'll hold it all the way into all-time highs. And that's what we did. We got this bounce right from our level to the penny, hold it all the way here, and the long was over. And here's my long. This is where my long ends. And this pullback, as I showed you, right? Again, as per the strategy, this is our strategy. Once it dips into this area, we buy this area. We got the bounce. If it dips here again, we'll buy. Why not short? I mean, is it a short day today? Why? What if it hangs here and goes straight up? Why? Why assume that it will reject? You assumed it is going to bounce. That assumption is based on a well done calculation a night before. Is there a calculation here to short any levels? No, there is no calculation. So why diddle in middle? If it drops, then yes, obviously we are going to buy. New paradigm level is like this masters level. The thing is why I charge money, right? I do this exercise every weekend. I calculate the weekly expected range of movement for all the market, not only for Nasdaq. I do it for ES, Dow Jones, Russell. I even do important tech stocks and the sectors. So this many markets, 4 weekends, I'll calculate the weekly level and give it to you in that month at $7. Experts, as I mentioned, right, every evening I'll go in the options
CNN
market.
reports that US advisor Lightstone met chief Hamas negotiator on Tuesday.
What that video, it's mentioned in that video everything. Every evening I'll calculate those levels as I mentioned, right? Monday evening I'll do it exercise. Tuesday evening again I'll do the exercise. Wednesday evening, and I'll do it for all the futures market. And then not only just project the futures, we'll also look in the order book in the past to see where the institution stepped in to buy or sell that level. That's what gives us our masters level. But you only get 4, because I just look back few days in the order book. It's a lot of effort. But yeah, for the premium group, I even look back up to 1 year. So if suddenly you are going out of the range, you cannot, entire day you cannot trap the market in those 4 lines, right? That's where I go further in the order book, up to few weeks, up to few months, up to 1 year. And that's where instead of 4 masters level, you get total 9 masters level. And what is the advantage if master is enough for me? This is the advantage, right? There's always something, right? It came straight into here. We got a bounce here. If you go into the smaller time frame, you see there were some greens, but it did go to the next level. which was not part of the masters, and that's where that additional masters level or new paradigm level is important.
Speaking
And
of
this
the
is coming
White
here.
House
We don't
press
have any doubt.
briefing,
It's going to come
tax
here.
season has gone smoothly for
The reason we are
IRS.
not shorting
Again,
is
just
because there is no
good
level
to
here.
Secretary Bessent
If
currently
there was a
speaking
level
to
here,
reporters
we
at
could
the
have
White
used that
House.
level to
Again,
short.
live videos on the feed.
But generally, we prefer following the market structure. Market structure is still positive, so why short? If it dips, yes, we are buying it. That's our strategy. So yeah, we follow the correlations in related market. Like I would still glance into ES, what ES is doing. Does ES have a level? Is it confirming the long? Is it confirming the short? It's all explained, guys. In those educational videos, I have explained everything. And in New Paradigm Group, as I mentioned, right, every day. Who cares, right? When you anecdotally pick a chart, and once in 1950 it bounced from VWAP, that's why I'm going down. No, it has to bounce every day. It has to bounce fucking now. You showed me that number. If it comes here, it needs to bounce here right now. Yes, I bet it should bounce now. Then then there is a significance. So that's what we do in the pre-market every day with the new paradigm. What is today's, as per your level, what is today's plan? Show me now, right now, in this market. Not anecdotally pick a chart that once it worked. If it is coming here, I'm buying that, no doubt. If it comes to 138, I'm buying it.
Israeli Broadcasting Authority, citing a source, says members of the Security Cabinet oppose a ceasefire in Lebanon.
Yeah, it's as you can see, right, in strategy I have incorporated everything, not only just the, because most indicator, VWAP, most signals, most analysis, most moving averages, they look backwards, right? They just look back last 10 days, last 5 days, last 50 candles, last 7 candles, 7-minute VWAP, whatever, like EMA is always look backwards. But market doesn't only rely on the backward data, right? It relies on the future bets. Who is positioned where are the calls and puts sold in the market, where is the hedging activity which will kick in. So yeah, guys, like today Nasdaq, if you go and check exactly Nvidia, look at that. This is our weekly expected move. We went straight into that area. We are bullish, so we are trending above it, but the moment we sell off, we come right back into it. We have Microsoft, which is the superstar of this week. You miss my level, look at this beauty, guys. Microsoft is going into the 3 deviation move. That is where I'm saying, right, it is very important for my levels to work. When they fail, then what? This is where I said, right, if my level is lost, that's where the hedging activity kicks in. This is the 1 standard deviation move on the upside, 1x move on the upside, 1x move on the downside. Either we move up this much or either we move down this much. But what if we don't wait and reject and come back down?
Has pushed up energy prices.
That is where the hedging activity kicks in. That is where the positive feedback looks in. That is where institutional lose money. They need to hedge. That's where it spirals straight from 1x into the 2x. Oh wait, then 2x does not reject. If doesn't come down, then again the spiral. Look at the speed, guys. This is how the hedging activity kicks in. This is how the positive feedback loops kicks in. You don't hold 2x, you go straight into the 3x move. Copy that. My god, mind blowing, it is into the 3 deviation mode. Yeah, and this is one of my biggest position in the portfolio. In our portfolio, Microsoft is one of our biggest position. Take that. Happy with 1 deviation bounce in the indexes, we got 3 deviation bounce in the individual product. Yes, Nasdaq also achieved the upper edge and it is starting to trend above it today. It is so bullish, guys. I don't know. That's why I said, right, nobody cares. All they want is the Lamborghini and bullshit. This nobody cares. There's no demand for this content. So this is bullish. Again, Masters, new paradigm, you killed it. I'm still long in one of my account. Obviously here on the live stream I took profit. I trade little bit bigger size.
Is one of the few safe havens today.
I'm still long 2 micros in one of my accounts. I think I'm about to pass that. I can show you. Not that. Lying or something. I should have put more contract. I'm about to pass this account. Yeah, I'm still long 1 micro. Looking for session highs here on ES. Yeah, almost 8,660. I'll pass this account today. 9,000 profit and I'll get funded with this account. That's what I told, right? I'm still long. I'm still long from here. And now targeting a new high. I had 2. I just took 1 out now. I had 2 contracts there. But Here on the stream I'm trading size 10 micros, 20. Try to keep it a little bit tight in terms of the execution, take profit. Yeah, go to channel page as I mentioned it. There are all educational videos explaining everything in detail, so you are never lost. And yeah, once you have lived, you like the masters level, you have used it for a month or so, you really like it, you see every day it works perfectly like this one.
Exposure to external shocks
go ahead and
does
become new
have
paradigm.
implications for our monetary policy instruments.
Every day 2 hours. If it is going well, I might even increase time to 3 hours. Not sure if people here on the live stream will appreciate me coming at 11 or 11:30. But there is no incentive here, right? For me, as I mentioned, the channel is not growing. Whatever, like whoever, like at least has subscribed, become member, I can offer more value to them. It will go. There's no short here. Again, shorts are starting to get squeezed. It's going back to that level. We got the reaction of that level. That was our measured move on the daily. So that is our experts level. Everything is in the mix, guys. That morning trade we showed you, right? The morning long was from our member level. This rejection is from our experts level. So this morning bounce came. This morning bounce, it is especially here on the ES, which was our key driver, was our members level. Look at this. This is our members level. Members. This is experts. This is experts. Even in the Nasdaq, it is our experts level. That is our measured move for today. Nasdaq is more bullish, so it is the one which reached its daily high, rejecting that exact bounce I showed you, right? It is our masters and new paradigm level. That is our new paradigm level. Oh, we missed it by few ticks. No, we missed it in the Nasdaq, but in the Qs we did the perfect bounce. Remember, Q has its own order flow. Q's contract so far is 28 million. Nasdaq's contract is not even 500k. You can see, right? Q also matters to the market. It reversed right from our new paradigm level. Next bounce from masters, and it is headed back into that level. There is no stopping here now. If at all, if it dips here, we'll buy that. So it is very carefully crafted, and that is the reason why we did it gradually. I gave this level to my members 2 years ago. It worked perfectly. That's where we launched a year ago, experts level. Immediately it was a hit. It was working every day, especially the range was expanding. We had our daily high, daily low exactly come into play. Some days it can happen, you may not get a wide range, so it may not swing into the daily high or daily low. That's where we felt the need for masters. Masters was again immediate hit. Almost now it also completed 1 year, but we wanted more, right? This is good, but what if we have sudden expansion in the volatility? Those 4 lines will not be enough. I need more line on that day. And within that 4 line also, it doesn't cover the entire range. I don't get every single trade. I don't get it. That's why we added 5 more levels, total 9 masters levels. And that's where you get this kind of a chart where you don't miss a single move. Every single bounce reaction is from our level. So that was the reason why we kept expanding this strategy more and more and more, based on feedback, based on our actual results of trading, based on our using it on day-to-day basis. Long or short, go man, do whatever you want, whatever your Fibonacci and view up tells you. My plan is clear, right? If it dips into 138, we are buying it. Else I'm already long. I told you, right? I'm already long on this one with at least 1 micro. I'm long. I'm still long. I'm serious. I'm not lying. I'm still long. No, it's not about you are passing off account. To be honest, I don't care. You pass your account or you make a payout or not. I care about the strategy. If you said, if I had listened to you, I would never have shorted today. I would appreciate that more. For me, levels and the strategy and the market is important. PNL is just the outcome. Who cares? People get greedy, they size up too much, they can even still blow up. Even with the good level and good strategy, they will still keep blowing their accounts because they are trading too big for their accounts, risk management. They have no room for any failure. Any strategy will have some failed trades, As I mentioned, right, in this trade also we may have lost. We could have lost if the momentum and the hedging would have kicked in. We could have lost that. We would have gone into your favorite VWAP. I had 2 contracts. I would have taken $2,000 loss and I would have cut it. Maybe I would have even recovered that loss. But if you size up like 5 minis and cannot afford one losing trade, nobody can help you. Here I am hitting session highs on ES and about to take my profit on at least one of this account. Need still I think $200 to pass this account. 8,666. Yeah, by tomorrow I should pass this account.
ECB Schlegel says our willingness to intervene in the forex market has increased.
New session high hit on ES and it exited my trade. So now I'm out on the longs.
US Treasury Secretary Bessent says gasoline prices are up to how the war talks go. Bessent says we will see $3 a gallon gasoline sooner than later. Bessent says we can have $3 gasoline before September 20th. That's Bessent saying cheaper gasoline coming sometime this summer. Bessent says our Middle East counterparts say they can start shipping oil as soon as the Strait of Hormuz opens. The S&P 500 hits its first intraday record high since the US-Iran war began.
So Saeed, 8:30 a.m. not 6:30 a.m. 8:30 a.m. Eastern till 10:30 a.m. Eastern, 2 hours for the new paradigm, and from 10:30 a.m. Eastern I am live here on YouTube. I think it's mentioned on our channel page also. Okay, not on channel page. On the stream page and the welcome page, yeah, here it is mentioned, right? 8:30 a.m. new paradigm level weekdays, and YouTube live stream 10:30 a.m. onwards weekdays.
Treasury Secretary Bessen says, I am confident that Walsh will be the Fed chair on time. He says that Senate banking Republicans are aligned on Walsh.
Masters, no, I mean the fact that at least I'm sharing the level is already a big thanks to you all. Else I could not have handled this many groups. We already closed experts, right? I was about to close masters also, but I understand not everyone will be at that pace of learning. They may require more time to spend, with those levels and learn more. That's why I kept intermediate option masters, but no, I don't plan to go back. In fact, I wanted to go to
Washington Post reports
I wanted
that
to
the
go
US
to
is going to be sending additional troops
wealth
to the
also,
Middle East
right?
in the coming days.
I have paused on that plan also. Look at here how I'm performing on my portfolio. Using the same weekly levels, 74% return. 74% return in 2 years and 4 months so far. Beating S&P500 and composite Nasdaq handsomely. 47-49%. Here my return 74%. More importantly, staying flat when the markets are selling off, buying the dip and making those gains. So I wanted to do more in terms of the options, but I don't have time now. How do I manage this many groups? Yeah, we started little bit options, but I don't have time. It also requires careful analysis, managing, hedging, especially you have to use some spreads if you're intraday or on a 2-3 day basis. If you're buying something, it needs very aggressive management. So again, we have masters here. That is the reason we are dipping. I took profit, I told you, right? On the ES I took profit. On Nasdaq we have a level there. On ES we have a level there. Yes, we have masters on the top. That is the reason why we are dipping. Look at that, masters drop into that next level. Nasdaq reaching its potential and backing off. Again reaching their potential by hitting that number, backing off. Everything is as per strategy, guys. Every single pause, pullback, rejection is from level to level. Yeah, swinging options.
White House
No,
Press Secretary Levitt says it is not true.
not,
that the
there's
US
no
requested
value,
an
there's no
Iran
motivation.
ceasefire extension.
Fucking no growth in the YouTube. People don't subscribe, people don't buy membership.
It does say
They
that
just
the
want
US
to
remains
hang here.
engaged in Iran
Watch
negotiations.
trades. There's no motivation. What is the motivation for me? The channel is not growing, people don't become member. It's okay. Whatever it is, I continue to do that. And I am continuing to do that with more precision and more.
And Levitt says the
better
conversations with
outcome.
Iran are productive and ongoing.
I don't feel motivated to do more.
So Levitt says there's nothing official on in-person
More importantly, I
discussions,
don't have time now, right now.
but we are continuing to see how conversations on Iran go.
Yeah,
Levitt says
keep the
next
live,
round of
yes.
talks will
Do
likely
it for
be in
free. Take
Islamabad.
every fucking single trade. Trade like a mad dog 24 hours. Keep showing me your trades. Yes, sure. What else? What is your home address? I can come and do some laundry and lawn cleaning also over the weekend.
So a little bit of strength in WTI crude coming through here as White House Press Secretary Levitt says that it's not true that the US requested an Iran ceasefire extension, though she did go on to say that talks are ongoing. Levitt adds that Pakistan is the only mediator in these negotiations.
No, it's good. Congratulations. I am just being sarcastic. Don't worry. Don't think like, I have my bank balance and money, which is, giving me enough motivation. I'm just trolling a little bit. Don't think. I'm 42, too old to be, affected by small things, My channel is not growing. I'm not here to become a YouTuber. I'm here to become a trader.
We're shortly expecting comments from Fed's Bowman, though keep in mind she is due to be speaking on banking regulation at this event.
So yeah, we have reason for ES to go long here. We don't have reason for Nasdaq, so I'll still go ahead and punch 4 micros. So yes, I told you, right? We have reason to bounce. We have level here. We bounce. Went into the next level.
Treasury Secretary Besant
We
says we're
rejected.
seeking
Came
to
back to
freeze
this
more
level.
Iran leadership
This should be
funds.
worth at least a small reaction,
Iran's
right?
neighbors are more transparent now on Iran banking.
Now, ES order flow also impacts Nasdaq. Even if it is a level in ES, for its reaction, Nasdaq will also give you a reaction. Oh, he is right. It's giving the reaction. Like when did not work? So why won't it work on this instance? When it happened that it did not work.
Treasury Secretary Besant
that
says
day
the
I
US
see you lose.
has told countries
Everybody
that
loses once
buying
in a while.
Iranian oil that the US is willing to do secondary sanctions. And Treasury Secretary Besant says ships can request insurance from the DFC.
So Nasdaq, you can see it little less enthusiastic bounce, but in ES it's already a strong bounce. Look at that candle again from to the penny. Oh, I cannot see. You have some drawings there. I can remove the drawing. Isn't it to the penny? Is it? Don't worry, it's a recorded. Okay, it's yesterday's market I'm showing. It is not a live market. It didn't bounce. Okay, it is just yesterday's anecdotally I'm picking and showing you. So Nasdaq does not have, that's why I didn't add the full size, because Nasdaq does not have a level here. You can see that Nasdaq is still at a risk. It could drop into that area. This is where I want to buy, but meanwhile ES has a level. So yeah, ES is leading the market. ES is the one which made the all-time high. SPY is the one which just hit the all-time high. So SPY is leading. So yeah, just as a sympathetic to ES, it has a level, it will bounce. We took a small trade. I should already be out. But you know me, right? I always look for more. Small wins. Yeah. What if we can make it a little bit more bigger win? Has ES said that it is losing that level? No. Has ES lost this level? No. Maybe first bounce came from here. The second bounce will happen from here. For it to go back up, I have to be a little bit patient. Yes.
Schlegel says in the current situation, if second round effects become
With
apparent,
new paradigm
central
members, I
banks
explain
should
everything
act early
every day.
and
Where
decisively.
Apple is, where Microsoft is, what I'm doing in terms of my own swings.
White House Press Secretary Levitt on the 50% tariff threat says China's President Xi assured Trump about Iran. So that's Levitt there saying that China's President Xi assured Trump that China is not supplying weapons to Iran. And Besson says, we think the blockade paused Chinese buying of Iranian oil. And Treasury Secretary Besant says that 2 Chinese banks got letters from the Treasury. They warned Chinese banks of secondary sanctions. And Treasury Secretary Besant just confirming earlier reports that they won't renew a Russian oil waiver. In 10 minutes' time now, at the top of the hour, we're expecting the release of the Fed's Beige Book. And some more information from Besant. He's saying, again, they won't renew the Russian oil waiver, won't renew Iran general licenses either, or the Iranian oil waiver. Treasury Secretary Besant says the trade deficit with China can drop further. The keystone of the China relationship is strong respect.
You like this long now? Well, I showed you exactly. It is our level we are buying. It's nothing outside my strategy. It is our level. We rejected our level. We bought our level. It's going back to our level.
ECB's
Mind-blowing,
approval
guys,
says
what we have
wages
achieved.
is the first candidate to watch for second round effects.
So whoever gets there first, right? ES gets first to its masters, Nasdaq gets first to its expert. We exit this for profit. I think Nasdaq will get there first. The way it is moving faster than ES right now.
ECB's Escriva says the central scenario is materializing very closely over the next 6 weeks. White House Press Secretary Levitt on the Iran blockade length says, "I won't set a timeline." In 5 minutes' time now, at the top of the hour, we're expecting the release of the Fed's Beige Book. Besant says that tariff refund requests are already in the chute. Besant on the tariff refund impacts says we will see what companies do. Says that some tariff refunds would go back to China. And S&B's Schlegel says currency can be a shock absorber for inflation. Statement from Iran says they do not view the asset release as a concession in talks. So Iran say no final agreement reached on an asset release or other issues.
Stop filled.
Those comments from Iran coming from an Iran Foreign Ministry spokesperson. Besant says, I don't know how much Russia gained from the oil waiver. S&B's Schlegel says our forex interventions are not about gaining an advantage for Swiss exports. So 1 minute remaining till the top of the hour, where we see the release of the latest Fed's Beige Book. So seeing some comments from the Fed's Beige Book here. So overall economic activity increased at a slight to modest pace in the 8 to 12 federal districts, while 2 districts reported little changed and 2 districts reported slight to modest. So business outlooks varied amid widespread uncertainty about future conditions. Beige Book notes that wages generally continued to rise at this report, as this report was published by the Federal Reserve Bank of New York on info based on up to April 6th. Beige Book notes that helped offset steep prices increase of fertilizer and fuel.
So are we coming back for that 138 number? I'm watching. Yeah, maybe we can take a stop and re-enter at 138 if we lose this structure here. But as of now, before we have lost the structure, it's not that far. I can actually hang on to the same trade. We'll see.
White House Press Secretary Levitt ends the press briefing now.
Iran could consider ships being able to set sail through Oman side of the Strait of Hormuz without interference or attack as part of a deal with the US, a source close to Tehran. Iran will maintain control over its waters in the Strait of Hormuz, and Oman will decide about its own side of the waterway.
So do you have a number ready to go where it is headed, exactly where, RDGD?
So again, Iran could consider ships being able to sail through Oman side of Strait of Hormuz without
we require a lot of preparation, guys, in the market.
With the US. Iran
You
will
cannot start
maintain
doing
control of its
calculations,
waters in the Strait of Hormuz,
analysis
and Oman
on the
will
spot like
decide
that.
about its own side of the waterway. Seeing some weakness in WTI crude as well. It's coming back down.
No, we will buy that. We'll buy it. We're buying it. Yeah, by the way, I passed that
The
account
US
on that
issues
pop.
new Iran-related counter-terrorism designations, according to the Treasury Department.
That account which requires $300, passed it.
The Treasury sanctioned several vessels under Iran designation. So I'm averaging up. If you see, I'm already in the money, but I'm still adding more contract. I'm not averaging down. So as I like this trade more, in spite of this going in favor already, I'm adding more, averaging up. Generally, people average down. I like this. As of now, I like this setup. Well, you're welcome, Lemon G7CJ. Hope people have no problem me averaging up on the trade. Oh, you average down. How about averaging up? I like this long. Why? Because now that level we were bouncing from, we regained that level. We are above that level. So this is the reason why I'm adding. It's not my PNL, guys. We were having risk of this level, right? We rejected. We came here. There was some news. We dropped here. We again regained. We're bouncing on that level. If anything, this is a more add. This is a buy, buy, buy. Why won't this trade work? Which trade has not worked? On which date, which hour you saw me losing? Once I saw you lose. I'm not saying I'll not lose, but all I'm saying is I'll follow my strategy. I really made a pact with my members. I'm not going to put a single trade which is not, at least confirming our strategy and our standards. This is a long. I added more because now we are above that resistance. This level should help us grind more higher now. That news, whatever that small pop we got, was enough to get us above that line. Nasdaq has its own resistance. That's why we are at least at top end of this range. We are taking profits because we have resistance here. So every time we pop, we do take some profit. But the moment we clear this, more upside. That's where we are positioned. More upside into this high.
if we clear this resistance, we have resistance here, our own resistance. But yeah, ES is confirming, stay long. ES is showing signs. We can go more higher. By the way, I show you so that you encourage to become member, okay? No, I don't like paid membership. Just keep showing your levels and keep taking trade and keep explaining why you are long. This works enough for me. I don't need to become paid member. This is enough. I don't want more. Why I need to mark levels in the night before? It's a lot of effort for me. I will teach you also how to calculate those levels, how to think in the market, how to behave in the market.
Israel's Netanyahu
Leaders are
says
doing
our
well, guys.
forces continue
Members
to
are doing
strike
really well.
Hezbollah. We are about to overwhelm Bint Jebel.
There's a lot of consistency and profits now coming for our members also. So I'm very happy to see their progress. Hobos, one of our new paradigm member. Look at that, $3,000 payout for him. Yes, his recent payout of $18,000 from Apex is doing really well. Preet, one of our new paradigm member, recently completed 100 days, guys. 100 days. He's part of 100 days club member, where he survived more than
Netanyahu
100
says
days
I've
in the
instructed
account,
the IDF
made
to
5
continue
payouts from his
reinforcing
account.
the security zone in
So we
southern
have a lot of
Lebanon.
success stories in our group now. Here's his 100-day effort, 100 days in one account. We just recently celebrated his 100 days. Yes, Hobos, one more time in the chat and in the testimonial sections. $18,000 in payout from Apex. Here's the latest payout of 3,000. Well done.
Netanyahu
Nasdaq has
says our American
resistance. It
allies
is trying
keep
to
us
work.
constantly updated on the contracts with Iran. Our objectives are aligned. And Netanyahu says, in light of the possibility that the fighting may resume with Iran, we are prepared for any scenario.
Yeah, no doubt it's a journey. It takes time. I'm not here at this point in my first year. I'm here in my 4th year now. Yeah, it takes time. Yeah, you need to have right expectation also, right? You have to put in time, effort, apply yourself, not be very fearful, not be very greedy. Especially people generally get really
And
greedy.
Ms. Bailey says
They want to
we
make a lot of
must
money,
fund
fast
public
money.
Debt, a vulnerability.
Even in spite of having this good levels, in spite of having this control over my trading, in spite of this control over price action, you can still see, right? I'm respectful. In spite of having profit, in spite of using 150k account, I'm still using micros 4 5 because this is a risky setup. It is a confirmation that yes, it's holding, it is going to send us more higher, but Nasdaq has its own resistance. What if Nasdaq
So currently,
rejects
Bank of
this,
England
right?
Governor Bailey
We
speaking
bounce
at an
from
event in
here.
Washington.
The next bounce could be from here and we will still be in the uptrend, right? So I know this drop is possible, so I'm not going full port on this trade, right? I'm being respectful. It's good, the confirmation is there, we can still be long, but yeah, again, not be very greedy, right? Just in case if it drops, I'm prepared for that 138 to come into play. I'll buy it. If I have a couple of micros, I can add a couple more here and get my average right and still win this trade. You have to be very respectful. You can anytime lose. You have to be a bit humble. You have to be, spending your own emotions also, right? How they work in the market, how you behave when you lose, how you behave when you win. You have to learn about yourself more in the market.
Fed's
Will
president
always be
says the
moving.
Fed is
If not this,
reviewing
there will be
liquidity
another trade which I
framework.
can take. More upside, guys. Look at that pump. So let's keep taking profit as it grinds higher. We are above that Nasdaq resistance I was talking about, and now we are headed into our next number. Take one more out, left with last runner. Let it go.
Oil futures pair gains. US and Brent crude turned negative on sources saying that Iran could allow ships to pass on Oman's side of the Strait of Hormuz.
pullback. I showed you, right? We have cleared our resistance, so it can come back to retest that same overhead resistance, which could act as a support. So I mean, we have to give wiggle room of 220 here at least on this pullback. Either we should have taken a profit, but if we are aiming for that next level, we have to be prepared for a pullback and then bounce back into that level. Simple as that.
European buyers, including Germany's Uniper, hold talks to potentially buy LNG from Canada's KSI LISIMS LNG. Netanyahu says in talks with Lebanon there are two main objectives: dismantling of Hezbollah and sustainable peace that is achieved through strength. Netanyahu says it's too early to say how talks with Iran will end or even how it will progress.
Yeah, I mean, so far we have been trading micros for last 3 weeks because the volatility was high. Volatility is still high, it is still close to 20. If it gets too boring, but how does it matter? Micros is E-mini. The same thing, right? 10 micros is 1 E-mini. It gives you flexibility to scale out slowly. But yeah, it's not. I mean, I would be a little bit more patient. In fact, it is not good for you guys if I trade E-minis. I'll not take this many trades. I'll not show this many entries and exit. There will be only one master level trade or 2 trades or 3 trades per day. It is better if I trade micros. Then I'll trade each and every experts level, new paradigm level, members level, because there are so many setups to trade, right? If I were to take trades with E-mini and no averaging down at all, one trade, I would take more than 2-3 trades in a day. Yeah, maybe that's what I will do. Because I'm bored here, guys, just to keep sit here and show trade, no progress, nothing. It's more entertaining for you if I trade micros. I'll take so many trades during the day, because even if there are setups, I won't take this many trades with E-minis. 3 trades are enough. Overall is the goal that couple of $100 And if it is a bigger account which has buffer, $1,000-$2,000 is enough. I'm not looking to make $5,000-$10,000 in a day. But yeah, to answer your question, we might go back to E-minis. We specifically switched to micros because the volatility was high because of this Iran war. Now that Iran war is coming to closure, whatever, at least negotiations are going on, ceasefire, volatility is decreasing, and we may go back to E-minis. Yeah, but to come and make $4,000-$5,000 in an account is not my aim. Couple of $100, trade consistently. If it's a bigger account, go for 1,000, 2,000. It is enough for me. Not looking to be very greedy because it has costed me trying to go much faster, more speed. Yeah, go through all the educational videos, members, experts, masters, get up to speed. Join us morning 8:30. I have already take profit set at that level. I'm doing everything for you without asking. Don't worry. I have already placed my take profit at that level so that you are not, required to take any effort. I'm placing my stop loss, take profit, everything for your benefit. I'm already done making money. I'm only trading for you guys right now. I'm already done making money. I'm already done trading for the day. Seriously, I'm not joking. I'm not being sarcastic. That is our next number. You see my take profit at 69.25. That is our next big number here. 70 could reject. So at point or two ahead of it, sometimes there can be front running. I'm already doing my part. You guys don't do your part because I'll tell you, in spite of asking, you don't hit the like button, you don't subscribe. I do my part very well each day. Not even 100 likes. 87 likes and 5 dislikes. Let's push it to 100 likes, guys. Come on.
NYMEX WTI crude May futures settle at around $91.29 a barrel, up 1 cent or 0.01%. NYMEX gasoline May futures settle at around $3.06 a gallon. NYMEX diesel May futures settle at around $3.75 a gallon. And NYMEX natural gas May futures settle at around $2.61.
ES all-time high. When we checked in the morning, it was 1.3% away. So right now ES is a 0.6. So another 0.6% away. We can measure it one more time. So this morning when we measured, it was 1.6% away. So right now ES all-time high should be 0.6% away. 0.6%. Yeah, exactly 0.6% away. 47 points.
Bank of England's Bailey says tariffs not the right way to address imbalance.
7,096. We're at 7,040, 50. So another 40 points, 40 plus points, and you'll have all-time high on ES also. Headline, yeah, it should. I mean, headline, it was already done in the morning, right? We hit all-time high here on SPY. On SPX also, it was same as SPY. They should have done it at the same time. It was already done. Yeah, it's already done here before. When we hit it on SPY, we hit on SPY here 130. There was just a few pennies ahead. We had a pullback. That was our key. That is the key I placed in the morning. We are going for all-time high. Right in the morning before the market open, we had our level in mind. We are going to buy. We are going to buy our weekly expected move upper range. It will bounce. We'll take it to all-time highs. That was the key. Here's the key. There was a slight, just few cents, pennies ahead of our SPY all-time high. We had a pullback. We bought that. Got this one at 130. And I'm sure like SPX also did it at the same time, 130. It's already at all-time high. I don't know if news guy announced it or not. I had stepped away for a minute or two. When it was making all-time high, I had stepped away at that exact time to bring my food. There will be many more. There will be at least couple of more all-time highs, 4 or 5 all-time highs at least.
Target filled.
Alphabet poised for $100 billion windfall on SpaceX investment.
Yeah, session highs, Nasdaq session highs, ES.
The Nasdaq
Target
100
hit.
index extends advance to 1%. So a bit more info into this article. An early investment in SpaceX has positioned Alphabet for a 12-figure windfall, a new finding has shown, underscoring the vast wealth likely to be created by the rocket company market debut. Google owns 6.11% stake in Elon Musk's company at the end of 2025, according to a new disclosure the space startup filed this week in Alaska. where firms must report holders with stakes of 5% or more at a $2 trillion valuation. So we're seeing a little spike here in Alphabet shares off the back of that report. Majority US Senate votes to block effort to force Trump to end Iran strikes without lawmakers' approval. Voting continues. ECB's Vilroy says so far the impact on underlying inflation remains limited. CB's Vilroy speaking in Washington. Vilroy says a focus on April would be premature. According to sources, US Treasury Department program that shares cybersecurity intelligence with financial institutions is set to end this month. Alphabet shares up 0.9% in afternoon trading, after reports show Alphabet poised for a $100 billion windfall on SpaceX investment. Brent crude futures settle at around $95.93 a barrel, up 14 cents or 0.15%. We're seeing here reports from Besant on X saying Treasury will continue to cut off Iran's illicit smuggling and terror proxy networks.
VWAP need. I don't think I have any need for VWAP. Nor does market. At least for today, there is no need for VWAP. It says I am fine without VWAP. I bought ahead of the VWAP. I also didn't need VWAP today to go long. Market for sure. I don't think there is any urgency for it to come back to VWAP right now. Yeah, I feel bad now at this point for the shorts. I really feel bad for them. Like this many days in a row can destroy their confidence. I mean, think of it, Robert, while you are here in the chat. A guy comes, he's so trained, his brain, his reflexes or her reflexes are so trained. Market pops, short it. Market pop, 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 short it. Market pop. Market pop, short it. No! He pulls out the Fibonacci retracement. His go-to tool. This market has rallied this much. It must retrace 50% to fill the fair value gap here. Market says no. He takes loss. Comes back next day. It rallies more. 50% retracement comes here. There's a fair value gap. He shorts. Again get kicks. Comes next day. It goes up again. Here's the Fibonacci retracement 50% come back now. It must come back. There is a double bottom. There is a fair value gap. Market says no. Sounds like how you used to trade. There are many people who are trading like this till now. LCE. It cannot keep going up in one direction. It is against the law of the physics. Every action has an equal and opposite reaction. For Fibonacci, every action has a 50% opposite reaction at least. Goes up again. Here's my 50% retracement. Please come down. So that's why I'm saying, right? At this point, I feel really bad for them.
To block resolution that would have prevented further US-Iran strikes without congressional approval.
No, I am very proud. This time I even bought this one. I bought even this low. The way I put my 100k was very structured, so I didn't miss out. I didn't put whole 300k cash I had. The way I put it in the market this time around, that's what I'm doing right now. While I was taking some profit. The way I got it to work, this money was like here. December we were 35k, 10k, 40k, and final lot of 10k. So 35k, 40k, 35k, 10k, 42k, something like that. So this is where we started investing with our group. 35k here, somewhere here on these lows, I had 35k invested. On this next low, we got another 10 or 11k added, 10k added here. The majority of the chunk here, 42k was added here on this low. And finally I added 10k more. So this is the lot which I'm exiting now, right now. Members, new paradigm member, as we rally, and this is bursting towards the upside. Again, it's not fully, it doesn't include that last 10,000 lot, $10,000 lot. We are up still, already up 13%, beating the market handsomely. And again, we took some losses. These options, they were up 50% in profit. We didn't take profit, and we closed for 26% and 12% loss. We were up 50% each on both the options. But obviously, those options were bought here. When this popped, we were up 50%. We didn't take profit on those options. And when eventually it came down and hit our stop loss, we took some stop here. But anyway, this is the one I'm exiting, guys. This 10k lot which I entered here. This is the one right now I'm exiting at 10k. Again, reasoning why I'm exiting ahead of the all-time highs here on the Nasdaq. But as I showed you, right, we are already at all-time highs on SPY. Look at that. We are already at all-time high. One of the market hits all-time high. It's one of the requirement for exits. So at least this last lot which I entered, I'm exiting now. 10k lot. I exited 10k just now. And as we go more higher, I'll exit this lot at 42k. As if you go more higher, this 10k. And I'll still always have this 35k invested, because remember, my gains here are much more. But the gains you see here, these gains are for the entire portfolio. So even though I'm only 100k invested, this gain is for overall portfolio. 3% gain is on overall 300k. So I have to also account for the money sitting in the cash. So always remember, I'm beating the market this magnitude not by investing 100% cash. 1/3 of my cash. I'm not even putting whole 300k I have in the market. Only by using 100k I'm beating this market by this kind of a margin. Yeah, guys, again, we're going back to those. I mean, they are not understanding shorts. They are not understanding. They keep coming in front of it and they are getting their head taken out. Yeah, we have used this cycle really well. Especially I had new paradigm group who was following me on the portfolio also. So we really killed it this time on this move. So why, someone asked me yesterday, why I didn't invest whole 300k? We don't know, right, guys? Nobody can time the bottom and nobody can certainly time the top. That's why I'm slowly exiting now. But this could have easily gone down more, right? If the things would have escalated more, if there were any troops on the ground, more casualty, this thing could have more escalations, right? That's what happened to me first 2 days. Papa. Yeah, I mean, first 2 days I would not judge you, RM. If on day one, day two you shorted, I mean nobody knows,
Treasury
right?
Secretary
But
Bessent met with Saudi Minister of
once we
Finance
knew it,
yesterday.
right?
That's according to US.
I mean, last 3 days, guys, I have been pounding my desk. Do not short. Do not short. In fact, last 4 5 days, I have been telling you, do not short this market. This market is locked, like that heat-seeking missile, right, which is locked for its target. This market was locked for this all-time high, and the key was here. Why would you short? Beyond this point, it was through. It was through for the all-time high. That's where the key was. It's not going to come back. It's not going to stop, guys, until all-time high comes. In fact, SPY has surprised me. I thought like it would be Russell who would hit the all-time high, because Russell was recovering very strong. It is a smaller index. It can be easily manipulated. It did not have many hurdles to clear. I thought Russell will be the first one to go all-time high, but obviously I think SPY and the bank earnings, they got it there, right? We had bank earnings yesterday. We had bank earnings today. So that was enough. Used bank earnings as a reason to go. Thought on sell in May and go away. Yeah, I mean, it's going to be very low volatility in May all the way till September. Again, if this Iran thing does not escalate further, and this market is going to go in the sleeper mode. There won't be any big price movement, especially for those short. Again, something to note: as the VIX comes down, those double bottoms you are getting not going to happen anymore. As the VIX gets crushed, they were relying on this double bottom. This bottom needs to be tested. There's a gap here. Yeah, I'll enable the gap for you now. Go back. Every time frame will have a gap. What will you do with this so many gaps now? Seriously, I feel for them, guys. This is really like their head taken out, and it's really like whatever small profit they may have made. First of all, they may have taken hundreds of paper cuts here before they get one good shot. They take like tens of paper cut before they get one good shot. They again get small profit. Oh, left money on the table, it went down again. Oh, the double bottom, and then left this money on the table. Oh, I shorted, but this time again I lost. Like thousands and thousands of paper cut, few winners, and eventually somehow you are in the green. And this is like you are decimated now.
Also met yesterday.
With this kind of rally, you forget about ever thinking of shorting the market. This is what this rally does.
Finance Minister discussed USMCA.
So this kind of rally, it really I don't know. It not only you lose at the short, but it really wipes you out of the market. It is that kind of a rally.
Inflation and employment goals at risk, and current interest rate range likely appropriate for some time. Muslim says he has lowered his GDP estimates for the year to between 1.5% and 2%, from 2% to 2.5% before the war. Muslim says easing tariff impact will help lower inflation. Housing inflation also moving.
This is the reason the term was coined. Quintessential rip your face off rally. This is what is it called. Quintessential rip your face off rally. Shorts add to the fuel, and it is what makes a market. I have been there my first 2 years shorting ES and NQ because it was up a lot. Mistakes I made. Yeah, that's why I'm saying, right? When you lose in this kind of rallies as a short, you not only lose, it really kills any hope that in future you will short and make money. That's why people prefer just buy, man. Just buy. When it dips, buy. Add more. Dollar cost average. Buy over the period of time. Don't go and put entire money here. I had 300k. I just showed you, right? I had 300k in cash. Did I put all my 300k here? No. We started with 35k here. We added 10k here. We added 40k here, and we added another 10k here. If it had dipped more, I would have continued to add in this kind of a same, right? One big lot, one small lot, one big lot, one small lot, one big lot, one small lot. And that's how I would have got my 300k to work. I didn't even put 300, just 10k, and this portfolio is already pumping like 4-5%, beating this index handsomely. Even in this cycle itself, between December to April, I have made 13% return. Again, Some of this, like Meta, Microsoft, these are some of my biggest position in the portfolio, like 3.7% of my portfolio, 3% of my portfolio here. I think Broadcom, almost 3% in my portfolio. They are still in red, like they are not even rallying. Imagine, Microsoft goes into all-time high. Oh my God, look at this 3 deviation move we got this week. What if Microsoft goes here? Do you know what kind of damage it will do in comparison to this market where my portfolio will be? It is one of my biggest position, guys. Microsoft is one of my biggest position, and imagine this goes up 40% into all-time highs. So it's simple, guys. It's path of least resistance, especially if things are normal, natural. It's upside. Only in the exceptional scenario there is a special circumstances, pandemic, this, that, trade war, or this whatever war right now in Middle East. Yeah, market does express concerns and comes down, but there has to be good reasoning to short it. Just because there is a gap there, just because there is a previous bottom, you don't go shorting the market. Yeah, there will be news, there will be liquidity grab, there will be rug pull on the longs. It will come, but just be aware before you come and tell, I told you market is going to drop. Yeah, we are already sequentially coming out of our entries now. As I mentioned, right, 10k, the best lot, it already made like more than 15% return here. That is out. If you get another green day, this 40k will also be out at a new all-time high. This 40k will also be gone from our portfolio. Goes high up, this 10k will be gone, and final one more another 5% rally, this will be gone. That's how you make money in the market. Instead of taking hundreds of paper cut and just trying to prove you're smart. Michael Burry left markets, by the way. No longer short. Once he won 2009 Lehman Brothers collapse. Luckily banks also shorted. He made money. Now he closed down his fund. Cannot short this market. I bet I would have even look at this. I'm not lying. Just go and check their gains. Go and check their gains. Warren Buffett last year 27% return. Look at this. In 2 years, 4 months, 74% return. If you even annualize it, this is more than 30% return. It's almost 36% return. Right? 35 to the 70. So 37% return annualized. If you see this, 37% per year as of now. Compare that with Warren Buffett last year, 27%, easily beating him. Michael Burry 26% last year. I did 37. Cathy Wood 52% last year. Okay, you got to give it to her. Sometimes it was an odd even, right? Odd even year. 1 year odd. The next year it could be like minus 60% loss. So it takes lots of risk. So 52% last year for her. 77% Himalaya Capital. Nice. Ray Dalio 33%. So even beat Ray Dalio last year. In fact, this is, to be honest, this year's it is you can see that I have not made much profit here. In fact, most of my gains are from last year. Last year I was almost 60%. So I have been 60% since last year. This 8 months you can see that I have not made anything. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 months I have been flat. And this is the only gain I have. So in fact, if you compare my last year's gains, it's almost 60%. So technically I am beating this guy also, because they are not showing overall. This is last year. They are not showing this first 5 months of performance in this. So beating this guy also. No, not this guy. Mine is 60%, to be honest. This I did not beat this guy. It's an institution, looks like Lilu. Bill Ackman, again, activist investor. Bill Ackman, he generally gets position in the, he buys the share and gets the position on the board, and then makes that company do what he wants. Same, Bill Ackman, he's an activist investor. Charlie Munger, late Charlie Munger, his portfolio did 53%. Passed away, guys. Charlie Munger, great friend of Warren Buffett, great investor. He passed away, I think, a year ago. BlackRock did 31%. You can see, right? It's not, it's not difficult, guys. If you apply yourself in the market, be a little bit, just logical. Just don't do silly things. not for, this is for like, big money to short. We know, right, especially in this cycle, right, you need axios to put a negative news when the market have done a rug pull on the long. When it is at the lows, that is where axios come, Wall Street Journal comes, New York Times comes and drops that negative news and helps you grab that liquidity and get that flush. Are you in crime with them to do that kind of a short? Else don't short. You got no chance. These guys, they do so many things, guys. We have seen in this cycle, especially when the market is suddenly dropping, done a rug pull on the longs at the low. You really hope it doesn't go down more, else I will lose a lot of money. That time axios will come and pump a negative news to make sure that you get liquidated. Especially they will do move into the end of the day, and as soon as the market is closed, your broker has liquidated your position or given you a margin call. Your margin is not sufficient to hold this position long. Reduce your position or kill this trade, or we will liquidate you. You get liquidated, you kill the position, you cut it into half, and in the after hour it rallies and comes back to the same point which you were hoping. Hope it did that small bounce before the market close. No, in that evening, that 4 p.m, it is not going to bounce. This is all, guys. This is how this market is. I don't know. All markets is not just US market. This is how all market functions. They function based on the fear. They function based on the greed, and you can never be as greedy as the big money and the big capital, who are the one who executes the beautiful shot. Cathy Wood has turned her treasure box into a pile of. Yeah, she has hit and miss. 1 year she could be doing well. Second year she could be like, I don't know. Overall, it would still be. We can go and check ARK. What is her ETF? ARK. She has two, right? ARK and something. ARK-X or something. ARK Innovation ETF. Yeah, look here. Overall, if you see 5-year performance, minus you look at that. Not joking. So this is it is actually it is a marker here. This is the marker since my portfolio is here since January, right? So even if you compare here 2 years 4 months, where I have made 75% return. So starting January, right? This is January 2024. I am maintaining my data. January 2024 all the way till now April 2026, 74% return. So if I apply that to ARK, 75% return versus ARK, Cathy Wood's Innovation ETF, this line represents 2nd Jan. You can see, right? First day of January 2024. Compare that with my is 49% return. 50% return in exact same period. 49% return on her ETF versus same 2 years 4 months. It is 74% return. You can easily beat, guys. These all big names, big money. They short, they do many things, they pump the market. But look at her performance overall 5 years. They're still losing money, down 37% in 5 years. All time it is up 278%. What happened to Kanye? This is the bug in Microsoft. You have to click on that to get rid of that pop-up. So yeah, you can see, right, all time since it was launched back in 2014, it has made 278% return. But last 5 years, it is losing 37%. Guys, if you are enjoying all this discussion, there's always something I share, even if it is a downtime, not taking trades. But I do make sure that during that time I share some knowledge, share some learnings, how market functions, how you can position yourself in the market. What is the right way, right thing to do? Again, that greed versus fear, right? I gave a good example, right? How even if I have 300k, it is not for investing everything here. It is there if it keeps going down. Else, out of that 300k, I only have 100k. Others will always stay in the cash. Only 100k will be invested, remaining 175k in cash. And this profit I make, it is enough to lift portfolio by a small portion. You make 2-3% return. There could be a month where you don't do any transaction, right? Maybe we are sitting at all-time high. Go and check October and November of 2025. we were at all time high. This is October and November of 2025. This is October month, and this is October, and this is November month. We are right over here. You can see, right? No activities, no buying here, almost sitting in the cash. And when it drops, that is where you get money to work. It drops more, you buy more, and then be patient. If it is a good company, good stock, they are going to bounce back. Yeah, be smart, guys. You know how you want to. Someone mentioned, right? They tried to. They tried their hands at day trading in 2022, lost, and then left. Don't like, be always worried about yourself and your money more. Worry about what people are saying. If they are short, I told you, right? Michael Burry and all, they come and tell every year it is going to drop 40%, 30%. Yeah, one fine year it did drop. Okay, that is the only year they made money. Else, even they were forced to take long or to cover or to leave the market. I think he's managing private fund. I think the main problem for Michael Burry was the short, right? He was mostly a short trader, and for him, as a public fund manager, had to disclose his position, right? Whenever he's short. So it is same thing like I am live streaming, right? The moment there is a losing trade, there is a scrutiny. The moment you lose, people question, why did you go long? The other this afternoon, cool kid comes and says, thank you so much for streaming. I passed the account. I will make the payout. But the other day, one trade I was losing, he started questioning. You were saying that this is a up market. Why are you going long then? Or why are you shorting it? Yeah, maybe in that moment I had to take one scalp or something, right? So Michael Burry, being short trader, they have to disclose, right? They have to file with the SEC what is their short position. And then the big money or the competitors, they won't let. They would do the counter trade, right? People or the fund which could be bigger in size, people who want to squeeze him, people who don't want to see him win, they will for sure not let that small company go down, right? They will buy it. They will keep it afloat. They will make sure that there is a margin requirement. There is more margin requirement. Yeah, it's not easy, guys. Being a short trader, it's not easy, especially when you have to disclose your position publicly, and when you are like a very, I don't know, like a celebrity investor or something like that. For his style, it is not good. Privately, yes. Yeah. Eventually, banks participated in the short. That's why in 2009 he won big. If banks, they would have kept the market afloat, they would not have any interest in shorting. They, in spite of market crash or the real estate market crash, the subprime mortgages would not have gone down. It was in their interest of the bank also because they had their short position. That's why eventually market crash and they made money on those specific product or whatever, I don't know how I can know, how I will know. I don't have any insider information, and that's what I exactly explain. Why you want to be that kind of a superstar? It is not good for your health, your long-term survival in the market. You will not do well. We have seen is people lose bad, people lose, they win sometimes small shorting, but mostly this is where people are getting eliminated from the market. And this is so simple to do. I just explain you how you do over the period of time. You buy, you invest, you buy more if it dips more, once in a lifetime, once in few months, once in 6 months it dips, you buy more, and you be happy. You are still beating the kick-ass gains. I showed you, right? Compared to Cathy Wood, compared to Warren Buffett, compared to Ray Dalio, compared to Bill Ackman, compared to whatever, Michael Burry, you are still going to beat them, because the good thing is you have flexibility of getting in and out and doing many transactions, right? They won't do small silly, like I took profit here. They would invest strategically, and they have billions, and the problem is they're dealing with the elephant. They're managing, you can see, right? $273 billion portfolio, $14 billion portfolio. I have only 300k to manage. So there's more flexibility to buy and sell. They don't have that kind of flexibility. They have to justify every single purchase. They have to give good reasoning. So their hands are tied. Yeah, don't worry, like, don't plan that, when the market is, I told you, right, many traders, they come, they give their, very bold analysis. Market is going to go down 20-30%, and they never come back. Which kind of trader survives? Robert Anderson in the chat. and you will survive. Who don't try to predict the market drops, but who acknowledges when there is, like, yeah, it's a volatility, it's frustrating, it's coming down. We are patient, we are buying more, hope this recovers. Yeah, good faith, buy, dollar cost average, buy over the period of time. Those are the trader who will survive for years and years in the market. There will be many, flamboyant trader who will appear. This market is having a gap to fill from 1997. I have seen, guys, in this 4 year of streaming, there is every, like, few months, there is one short trader who will appear in the chat, and they are staring at some gap, and this market is going to come down 50%. Yeah, in pandemic it did come down. There was a genuine reason. Entire world came to standstill. Entire economy was closed down. We still have to fill 2020 gap. Yeah, go short. Why don't you short now? Guys, as a short, do you know you can't even sustain one, strong green day like this? You're saying that you will short for a 2020 gap fill? Good luck. Okay. At least, people should talk, which suits them. Here, you cannot sustain one session of short. If it goes against you, you'll start sweating. It's not easy, guys, when the market goes against you. Why? Because I think Robert acknowledged just now in the chat, and I would also say the most bigger losses I have incurred in my trading in my initial year was by shorting. If I had not shorted the market in my first 2 years, I would have been more profitable more quickly. Now it's a different story. I have a lot of skills. I can be very tactical about my short. But, still, if there is no need, why to short? Like, is there a need right now? Just because there is a VWAP, someone asked, VWAP needed. Why? Just because there is a VWAP, you want to short? Yeah, come back tomorrow. Maybe there is a news. Maybe the pre-market, there is selling going on. Yeah, you might be able to get a short from here to here. Like, you're planning a short from here to here. Man. Yeah, those kind of some fancy traders, they appear and then they are not to be seen any time again. They appear for a few days and then they are gone. Why do we end up doing this kind of discussion? Who cares? Short, be my guest. Short more. Excuse me. Oh, I have to drop my daughter for her classes. Let me check. I may have to leave now. Alright, guys, I need to leave my daughter. I have to go drop her. Renewal is based on the date you sign. If you sign up today, 15th, I think 1 month for you will be 15th of May. Alright, guys, thank you so much. Market is strong. I cannot predict a sell-off or something like that from the highs. I don't want to be that top predictor. Even if I can, I won't. Why? Take it easy, guys. See you back tomorrow morning. Bye bye.